everybody.
Yes. There's two.
Do you want me to look at the rates of gain? Is it on the program?
It's on the program if you would like to.
Should brief, and then if you touch it, if it's green, it's good.
Hold it under your mask. I know that's a lot. How many ribbons do you want to get?
Okay.
First class, yes.
Well, it's hard to start with tails.
Okay.
No,
Well, good morning. It's a nice day for a pig show and a good way to start off the day. The young man that comes out here is going to win this first class in the single source division. I asked about this program a little bit before we got started, and they refreshed my memory. So each of these kids actually purchased these pairs of animals this spring and took them home and were responsible for the care of the animals all summer long. And so I think that's a good thing. Today, I'm interviewing each kid really briefly. They have an opportunity to tell me about where they kept their animal, what they fed it, anything else that they may have thought to be important. And I'm also going to look at the rate of gain in this kind of a scenario, production type scenario. The young man that wins the class, a couple of pigs that really match up and actually really good on their rate of gain today. The young man seems interested in his project. He's attentive. He's got his shirt tucked in today. So let's give him a hand as we send him back to the barn. Young lady coming out next here, also a blue ribbon this morning, very attentive and good on her interview. She knew a little bit about the animals and what she did at home this summer. Again, it's a great program. I'm glad to see that we're getting the youth involved in pork production. It's probably always going to be part of what we do in this region of the United States. And so the more the general public understands about what we're doing, the better, in my opinion. Young lady, give her a hand as she gets second place here in this first class. Appreciate your patriotism this morning, sir. And also, I enjoyed our discussion. This guy knew a lot about his feed and made an attempt to really provide a high-quality nutrition to his pigs, as we discussed with, just a bit earlier. I think if you look at your paper, too, you might see that maybe that paid off if we were doing some kind of an economic analysis or looking at the dollars of gain per day or something like that. This guy is going to rank right up there. I think that his advanced feed program that he had probably paid off in terms of the way they grew. Probably not as aggressive or not as excited this morning. I like to see his shirt tucked in the presentation side of things. But let's send him out as well, as he had a nice project too.
The results of our first class as single source pairs, we had first with a blue going to Connor Briskety of the Monroe Hustlers, second with a blue going to Aspen Ehrenberger of the Graham Champions, third with a blue going to Weston Waldschmidt of Lone Tree FFA, fourth with a red going to Greta Hindermeister of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies, and fifth with a red to Gavin Hindermeister of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies. The results in order from top to bottom, we had second, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Currently in the ring, we have our second class of single source pairs. finally, now coming in the ring, we have our single source pair class 2. There will be 5 exhibitors in this class.
We have an outstanding top pair of young men here at the top of this particular class, and the animals looked the part, and they were very good in terms of the way they answered questions. They've got some knowledge. I think we might even have some future pork industry leaders here. I'm not sure. It just depends on what they do every day as they go home and how they decide their future path. But let's get this guy out. He's going to win this class. We had a really nice talk about his summer experience with these two. He was able to answer my questions and things of that nature. At the end, we got into even talking about market weights and things of that nature. He knew what his pigs weighed, which was something that really helped him. And also, he knew that they're on the edge of being too heavy. So some good industry knowledge. Not sure how old this young man is, but he's doing well. So let's give him a hand and send him on back. This gentleman will be second. A couple of pigs that really performed. It looks like they're a bit to the concerning side when it comes to just their fat cover and their composition. But when I talked to him about what he was feeding them, it all made sense. He was feeding a little bit extra fat, and as these things really grew for him, they started to put that on. Another really strong project here as he goes a strong second. Let's give him a hand as well. As the rest of this class is excused here from the ring, I just thought I'd make some general comments about the program. You know, like I said before, I think it's good to get the kids and the young people exposed, and maybe even the parents, if they're not involved in agriculture, exposed to the swine project. I guess if you didn't find yourself at the top of the class today, I encourage you to go out and seek information. That's how you're going to learn and grow even further, and probably come back next year and place a little bit higher. So, find the people that have the information, find the people that are successful, and see if you can be friends with them. I'm certain that they'll probably love the fact that you went out to them and you wanted to find out more about what they did and learned about how they did it at their house. So that's just how I leave this class. We'll move on to the class 3 and wrap out the day here.
The results of our second class of single source pairs, we had first with a blue going to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, second with a blue to Mason Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, third with a blue to Wyatt Bistricki of the Monroe Hustlers, fourth with a red to Garrett Spevlicek of the Graham Champions, and fifth with a red to Brianna Bistricki of the Monroe Hustlers. In the ring, we have our third and final class of single source pairs. In the ring currently, we have our final class of single source pairs.
Blues.
I thought the competition was pretty tight here in this third class of the single source today. Really good discussions with each of the four exhibitors. We got into some discussions about what's going to happen to these pigs, and I think that that's an important piece of information here, especially this year. You know, what's your plan? Do you have a way to sell them? What's going on? Do you have a price on them? You know, there's a lot of people looking for locker meat now, and so, you know, this is something that I'm thinking for this particular project too, that these kids could sell the pigs and probably do okay if lockers can take them. And that was part of several of the discussions. Is it's hard to get a locker date, but the young lady here that's going to win the class is actually going to take home the red gilt and breeder. So I thought that was really interesting. It shows a lot of interest in the future of the project, and probably going to expand her knowledge by doing so. I'm sure that learn by doing is a 4-H thing, but I'm not sure if she's 4-H or FFA, but okay. Yeah, I thought that was good. Congratulations to her on the first place in this particular class. This young lady will be second. I thought really good rate of gain on this pair of barrows. Talked to her about what was going to happen as well after the fair, and she seemed to have a plan related to that, and realized that she needed to establish a price or whatever. And again, let's congratulate this young lady on second. Exhibitor number 80 will be third in this class, and 128 will be fourth. Thank you.
The results from our third class of single source pairs, we had first with a blue being exhibited by Brooke Miller of the Graham Champions, second with a blue to Elise Holobar of the Graham Champions, third with a blue to Kelly Marshak of the Free Links, and fourth with a blue to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. We're now going to have a championship drive to select an overall single source pair. From class 1, we have Connor Bistricki and Aspen Ehrenberger. From class 2, we have Carter Tomash and Mason Tomash. And from class 3, we have Brooke Miller and Elise Holobar.
Excellent.
All right, very good.
I think each of these class winners can be extremely proud of winning their respective classes today. We're not going to make any long speeches right now. I think that there's a really strong, clear winner out here with somebody else that's pushing. We'll have to bring in the second place for reserve contention, but your champion in single source will be from Class 3, the lady with the blue shirt. Congratulations to her.
The exhibitor showing the champion single source pair, we have Brooke Miller. That was from the third class of the single source pairs. Her trophy today is sponsored by Riverside Grain and Feed Company Incorporated.
Really close here as we go to select a reserve champion. I think between the reserve that come in, the second in class behind the grand, and then our class winner from Class 2. Really, I guess I'm going back. I think they're both strong on the animal handling side. Everybody that's been up at the top has shown me that they know where the flight zone of a pig is. They know how to turn a pig left or right or make it go. Whether you're going to be competitive in the show ring, in the show that's going to come later, or you're going to be marketing large finisher barns of pigs, you need to know how to handle pigs properly. And so I think that's something that's a discussion point. Not sure that it splits the pair here. I'm going to go back to just the interview that I had, and I think the knowledge base in this young man is going to be a reserve champion. Congratulations.
A reserve champion single source pair is exhibited today by Carter Tomash. We're now going to be continuing on with our single source classes. We are going to move into the single source gilt classes. We have some royalty helping us today. In the ring currently, we have Bryn Ronan, who is the Johnson County Pork Queen. Also, we have Grace Helly, who is the Johnson County Fair Princess.
think really good, clear winner for me here in this first class of individuals. We got a young lady here that does a nice job of handling her gilt. The gilt, as well, is phenotypically the best one we've got to work with out here. It's the young lady here with the red and white one. That gilt is the soundest one out here. She's got the most to her in terms of her width underneath and what she has to offer for muscle. And I just think a good all-around place to start. The young lady with the red shirt will be second. That gilt's not put together as well. Structural correctness is going to be important today. It's important for me in the show ring as a breeder, but as well on the commercial side. I think it's something that we need to work on. And this gilt is one I would talk about as being straight off both ends of her skeleton. We need to get that fixed and change her hip design to make her a better one and go any higher today. The young lady is going to come out here and be third. I just thought in terms of presentation, these two weren't as clean, weren't quite as well prepared, didn't get them driven quite as well. As far as the gilts themselves, it's commercial hogs, it's kind of hard to sort the differences sometimes. They all look the same. That's how they're supposed to be, however. If you're a genetics company, you're trying to make them look all the same. But anyway, we're going to try to find some differences today as we work through the individuals in this division. We're going to talk about the phenotypes as well. So let's send the kids back to the barn with a round of applause and do our second class of gilts.
The results of our single source gilt class 1. We had first with a blue being exhibited by Aspen Ehrenberger of the Graham Champions. Second with a blue to Elise Holobar of the Graham Champions. Third with a red to Greta Hindermeister of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies. And fourth with a red to Gavin Hindermeister of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies. The next class we have coming into the ring, we have our second class of single source gilts. So currently coming into the ring, we have our second class of single source gilts.
Oh, okay.
So just a little explanation about single source. So for single source, what makes this different than other classes that we'll have is that all of these pigs came from a single producer, Oberman Farms. And in April, these exhibitors came in and they were, the pigs were divvied out to the members based on how many they were wanting. And so they have similar genetics. And so really what now we're seeing is how well have they been cared for. How well have they been fed? All of these different things. So it's kind of a different class as opposed to more of our show pig classes. This is helping teach these kids a lot more about the production side of our swine industry.
There's actually a top trio of gilts in this particular class that really looked apart today. Some minor differences that we can discuss between the three, but I think I'm really happy with what we've got to work with here. The gilt that's going to win the class kind of puts it all together. If you watch her on her feet and legs, she's sound off both ends. She looks like she's been a good performer in terms of her growth rate. And the young man, to top it off, has done a nice job of caring for this animal. Exhibitor 44 will win this class. Let's give him a hand. To go with red on her here, some people call her a red belted one. Is going to be second. I think feet and legs are good here as well. She gets around the ring extremely well. I think comparatively, maybe not quite as much to her today in terms of product and overall dimension, but does a nice job of presenting her gilt here and its structure that's going to separate her from the gilt in third as we go ahead and bring that one out into the ring as well. This gilt probably has more to her, weighs more, has more muscle than the gilt that goes second. Unfortunately, she's not moving the best today, and that is a fundamental thing that I'm talking about. We've got to have them that are durable, rugged, and can stay flexible all the way to market. In this day and age at the packing house, the packers are extremely critical of the animals coming off the trailers. They just are. They're very particular. And so anything that they can get their eyes on that they're going to find is going to cause you to have a no-value pig. Okay, so we got to be particular with that, and that's why I wanted to discuss it. So the next one that comes out here, I think, did we have one slip out? This gill here, we need to fix that one in its design. That's a steeper hip, trailer boned one. That just doesn't look as full today. Maybe just didn't perform quite as well. Let's give them a hand and move on to our next class.
The results from Class 2 of our single source gilt, we had first with a blue being exhibited by Joseph McAtee of the Graham Champions, second with a blue to Rose McAtee of the Graham Champions, third with a blue to Adeline Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, fourth with a red to Connor Bristricki of the Monroe Hustlers, and fifth with a red to Garrett Spivacek of the Graham Champions. Currently coming into the ring, we'll have our third class of single source gilts. This will be our third class of single source gilts.
top here in this class is the kind of hogs that are going to make people money on, I guess, normally good types of hogs to fill up buildings with, and look like they're the kind that grow. They're rugged in their skeleton. They're sound on their feet and legs, and they're still acceptable in terms of their leanness if we were to go ahead and hang them on the rail. I think in this pair, there's one that for me just does a few little extras. Looks to be a little fuller today, probably thicker down her back, and again, just as sound as the one in second. The young man over here in the corner, number 100, will go ahead and win this drive. Young lady here has done a nice job as well. I guess comparatively, in a pair of similar style gilts, this one gets a little narrower as she goes right to the ground, a little flatter and more concave about the bottom half of her body. But again, a gilt that followed our class winner very well in terms of her type and kind. We're going to switch gears a little bit as we go into the third place gilt. I think we've talked about this one before. The young man has done a solid job this summer with these projects. But this gilt's a little more overcooked in terms of her composition. You study that one. I think the Packers, I guess I don't want to speak for them by any means, but the way we were taught at Iowa State University is that they get to a point and they start to lay on too much fat cover. I read this one just a little bit that way. When they get so wide over their back, that's not always muscle. That's probably just extra fat, and we still do market hogs on a lean basis a lot of times. But again, a fundamentally good one, big productive center body, and gets around okay. After that, we'll come out here with our first place gilt. Little kind of falls in the middle here. Not quite as impressive as some of the ones that we've let out. Probably grant back to the one that goes third. This one's longer spined, probably more acceptable in terms of her leanness at this point in time, but just got plainer for me in terms of some of the muscularity and with the body. Things that we talk about. This young man here comes out with a gilt that today is just not moving well enough. We've kind of talked about that already, but this is one. If your load time is 4 p.m. and it's been 90 plus degrees, and you're filling up the trailer, I'm a little concerned, I guess, and it's maybe not the fault of the young man. We're just doing some education today. But when one like that it starts to go up the chute, you want to get water on those pigs and get that trailer on the road, okay? So we'll just use that as an educational opportunity. I think she'll be fine. We just need to let her rest, and that's oftentimes the case. Pigs can recover from a stressful event like this, but they just need rest and they need to be left alone. The one that's going to round out the class, I want to point out she's really impressive on the top side. Has a groove down her back and a fair amount of muscle there, but a gilt that got a little open-mouthed out here early too. We had to let her rest because she's doing it now a little bit, starting to show some of those early signs of stress that we need to look out for, and we need to let those pigs rest and get them what they need to settle down. Young lady, nice job. We'll move on to our next class.
The results of our third class, the single source gilts, we have first with a blue to William McAtee of Graham Champions, second with a blue to Ella Havlicek of the Graham Champions, third with a blue to Mason Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, fourth with a blue to Wyatt Bristricki of the Monroe Hustlers, fifth with a red to Mason Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, sixth with a red to Brianna Bristricki of the Monroe Hustlers. The class currently into the ring, we have our fourth class of single source gilts. Following this class, we will be having a championship drive.
Again, we get to start the class with a fundamental good pair of market hogs here with some minor differences. I think I use the young man to start the class. I think compared to the gilt that's in second, a freer moving gilt here that's probably a more attractive when you get off to the side of her. To break it down a little more, if you watch how she comes out of her shoulder and steps and goes and puts down her front foot, she's freer and looser there, as well as she's probably just a bigger framed animal and probably more suitable in her composition compared to the one in second. Just a good one to go ahead and start the day with here on this class. The young man's done a nice job, as has the young lady here, number 80, that's going to go second. I think in a fairly competitive class, just a good, fundamental, productive appearing gilt with a big center rib cage. Doesn't move quite as well as our gilt that won the class, but again, the young lady is very interested in the pork industry. She's learning a lot, and she has a nice gilt that's done a nice job this summer. She'll be second. The one that comes in three is the outlier for me in this drive, weighing in at 392. That's an animal that in this summer especially, it's really hard to find a market for. Now, young lady didn't have a choice on which gilt she got to take home this spring, so she fed the hog. The hog grew. She took good care of it, and now it's overweight. So that is what it is. But again, it's more about education today. The point here is that she's past her market weight. It wasn't the young lady's fault. A gilt that, for as heavy as she is, really does travel extremely well and gets around in the ring. Let's send that one back to the barn. Good job on feeding your project. The one that comes next, we'll change gears a little bit. This one's leaner in its overall design. Another big scaled, long-bodied hog. Started to break down on us a little bit and didn't want to walk as freely as some of the others in the class. Just kind of that happens sometimes, and that one's going to be fourth. The next one that comes out, probably just not as sleek in his overall appearance today, but a gilt that looks like she's performed pretty well. I guess when I studied her, if you get into her jowl and lower portion of her body, probably a little bit of extra fat on that one as compared to the rest. Let's give the kids a hand and move on to our next drive.
The results of our single source gilt class 4, we had first with a blue going to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, second with a blue to Kelly Marshak of the Free Links, third with a blue to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, fourth with a red to Brooke Miller of the Graham Champions, fifth with a red to Brianna Bristricki of the Monroe Hustlers. We're now going to have a championship drive for the single source gilt. Coming into the ring from class 1, we had first being exhibited by Aspen Ehrenberger of Graham Champions, second being exhibited by Elise Holabar of the Graham Champions. From class 2, we had first being exhibited by Joseph McAtee of the Graham Champions, second being exhibited by Rose McAtee of the Graham Champions. From class 3, we had first being exhibited by William McAtee of the Graham Champions, second being exhibited by Ella Havlicek of the Graham Champions. From class 4, we had first being exhibited by Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, and second by Kelly Marshak of the Free Links. Our trophy for the Champion Single Source Gilt is exhibited by Custom Builders is sponsored by Custom Builders of Tipton.
I'm going to make brief remarks about each class winner, and so you kind of know where I'm coming from. Going back to class 1, the young lady with the gilt over in the corner that has some red on her. That one, it's hard to pick her apart, but then what does she bring to the table that's extra? I guess her weight today is more on the lower side, probably one of the more narrow ones of the set we have out here at this point in time, and just needs more time, needs more dimension. But if you think back to the class, she was very sound. She was a good design one, the functional one in that class. Going into the next one, which class 2, the predominantly white one in the corner, that's a gilt that has some carcass merit that we can mention. Looks to be plenty lean over the top side of her shoulder, coming out of her shoulder blade and on back. There's some loin muscle laying in there. I'd like to change that one a little bit, just from a design perspective. Gets lower at the point of her shoulder in relation to her back, and then probably a little bit in her hip structure as well. She's a bit steeper there, and that causes her not to move and function as well as some other ones out here. Is she a problem in that regard? I don't think so. She gets it done, but just some things to mention here for discussion. As we move into our Class 3 winner, which was the young man over here on the left side, that's just a sound functional gilt that rose to the top of that class. Just hard to punch a hole in her. I guess compared to another one that's out here, maybe not quite as much dimension of muscle and weight of product at this point in time, but a really sound functional one that won Class 3. And then our final Class 4 winner over here in front of me, I've discussed this one quite a bit and described what I think that one represents, and it's going to be your champion gilt in this division. Congratulations to the young man.
Our champion single source gilt today is exhibited by Carter Tomash.
The gilt comes in for contention here for reserve that was second, and she deserves a couple remarks as well. If you remember back, that gilt has a lot to her. There's no doubt about it. A big center rib cage, plenty of dimension working in through that one all the way from blade on back to hip. I think, though, today what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a gilt that's a little sounder for me, probably just a little more durable, still has a desirable amount of product laying inside of its skeleton. To be the young man right here is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion is exhibited by William McAtee. We're going to be switching over to our barrows. We'll be switching over into our single source barrow show.
This is not taken, is it?
It's yours.
we got a top pair of them out here that rose in terms of this particular drive, just kind of the ones that were hardest to pick apart. I think they're both pretty similar, really, in their advantages. But I'll talk about the barrow I'm going to use to win the drive. I think he's just a little bit trimmer. The white one, predominantly white one, compared to the other one that'll be second. Now, I'm not going to tell you that he's the most opened up as he comes right at you, but I think in this particular drive, he's just a little bit trimmer in terms of his overall makeup, and I don't think we're at a very heavy weight yet, so we want to keep that in mind. But again, a nice pair to begin the class. The young lady here that's second, like I said, pushes that class winner. I think if you study him a little bit through his lower part of his body and his jowl, a little looser there. And like I said before, need to watch that as we still have some pounds to get to that ideal market weight. The next one coming out here in third, a barrow that probably could be a little cleaner in terms of his overall appearance. One that got a little bit too much fat cover for me compared to especially the class winner on this class. But let's let the young man come out, and we'll make a couple more remarks about that one. Again, maybe not as well designed and put together compared to some of the other ones. As you look at him through his hip, the way that he uses his rear leg, just not as good there, not as square, but still he needs to go where he does on this particular drive. We get into the next one. Again, some design problems in terms of skeleton. Study the way that their top line lays in them, the way their hip and in relation to their tail head works, and you'll get into one here that's a little steeper there. And he doesn't bring a lot of other things to the table. Little shallower bodied, tight through the center part of his body as well. And then the one to round out the class, again, a little concerning from the way that he's acting out here, starting to kind of tighten up, as you can see. Still a lean, shapely one, but a little concerning from a production perspective. Let's give the kids a hand and move on to our next drive.
The results of our first class is single source barrows. We had first with a blue being exhibited by Aspen Ehrenberger of the Graham Champions, second with a blue to Elise Ehrenberger of the Graham Champions, third with a blue to Gavin Hindermeister of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies, fourth with a red to Rose McAtee of the Graham Champions, fifth with a red to William McAtee of the Graham Champions. That class from top to bottom in your program, 5-2-1-4-3. Our second class of single source barrows is currently in the ring.
More easy.
Got a top pair of higher quality barrows here in this particular drive, where one of them has more muscle shape down his back, and when you get right behind him, and I'll just describe that in a little more detail. He's comes out of his shoulder with a bigger shape to his loin muscle, and you can see that as you get right on top of him, as you get behind him. He's got the most shape by far, probably of anything we've seen yet today, and then he maintains that as you get right behind him. Long spined barrow, that's the right kind of frame size, still functional. He needs to win the drive. The one that's going to go second here, the young man's blue hog, just comes plainer in relation to the class winner, but still he's sounder and a better hog than the ones that are going to come next. I'll describe that. He just kind of ends up here in second for being a fault-free one in this drive, and ran into a really muscular hog that wins the drive. This one that comes out in third, the red one there, that thing's got a lot of product to him. He's got a lot of thickness to him all the way through, but he doesn't move well enough for me today. As you can see, I think most of us can see that as this one goes, concerning there in that left, in that right front, coming out of his shoulder. But still, young man's done a nice job with his project. Really pounds heavy kind of a barrel there in third. The next ones that come, for me, get a little too wasty in the lower part of their body, and even on top, as you look at them at their jowl, just plenty of fat there. Look like hogs that are going to stand at the feeder and grow, but they're going to run out of gas and start to slow down, especially in the heat, and lay down more muscle in relation to and lay down more fat in relation to muscle. Sorry, but let's give them a hand and move on to our next drive. Thank you.
The results of our single source barrow, Class 2, we had first with a blue to Joseph McAtee of the Grand Champions, second with a blue to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, third with a blue to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, fourth with a blue to Weston Walshmit of the Lone Tree FFA, and fifth with a blue to Connor Bristricki of the Monroe Hustlers. The results in that class from top to bottom are 4, 5, 3, 2, 1. The next class we'll have coming into the ring will be our third class of single source barrows. Also, just a reminder that the pork producers are grilling by Building C, and the cost for food today is your free will donation. So the pork producers are grilling by Building C. So if you want to head over there and get your lunch, it is by free will donation.
kind of a similar situation to a class that we've seen before, where we've got a top pair that kind of cover the bases in terms of the basics of market hogs. They're sound enough. They look productive. I think this one that's going to win the class, though, just works off a bigger forearm for me. I think he's more opened up in his chest fore. I think probably has just more overall dimension working inside of his body compared to the one that goes second. You can get behind him and probably find that as well in his upper hip. Just a nice kind of a barrel to win this drive. This one here will be second. Follows him as close as I can in this drive. Like I said, I think this one just flattens comparatively, just ever so slightly in relation to our class winner. The one coming out of Pen 3 is a bit of a different one, I guess, in the mix here. A little shorter in his overall framework in terms of his frame size, but really thick in the way that his muscle lays in his back, and when you get behind him as well. I thought he was kind of a lower fronted, shorter headed barrel that wanted to be shorter strided in comparison to the two that went above him. Next one coming out, again, in a normal time, you know, this kind of a barrel is going to make you money if you've managed your inputs and everything like you need to. If you're going to try to raise hogs for a living, there's nothing wrong with that hog. On this particular drive, he just didn't have some of those extras compared to some of the barrels that went above him. And then we get into a couple of them that I'd like to change a little bit in terms of their structural design. I just don't think they're put together well enough to do any better today. This one here kind of turns in on his front feet. He's kind of a steeper hipped individual, and still, you know, he just doesn't have as much power and dimension to go with him. Similar story for the barrel that rounds out the class. Let's give him a hand and move on to our next drive.
The results of Class 3 for the single source barrows, we had first with a blue going to Sylvia Havlicek of the Graham Champions, second with a blue going to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, third with a blue to Adeline Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, fourth with a blue going to Connor Bristicki of the Monroe Hustlers, fifth with a red to Brianna Bristricki of the Monroe Hustlers, and sixth with a red to Garrett Spivacek of the Graham Champions. Currently in the ring, we have our Class 4 of single source barrows.
this white barrel walks away with this class for me today. I think if you want to talk about just durability, sometimes I like to talk about their foot structure and their bone work. This one has as much circumference of bone and skeletal stoutness as anything we've seen today. And then he's still wide enough. He's got enough to him. Just a good place to start. Not a terrible design to win this class in the single source drive. If I could, I'd probably free him up in his shoulders design and allow him to just go a little bit easier out of his front shoulder assembly, but it's not going to impact him enough today to work to his disadvantage. The barrel here that's going to go second, a little plainer in his overall appearance compared to our class winner, maybe just not as highly presented, and a little plainer in his overall shape, but still a fundamentally good one in terms of the way that he can get around. It looks like a fast-growing one to go second. He is nicer in his overall design and skeletal structure compared to the one that's coming out in 3. I thought this one was one of the more awkward ones in the way that he moved in terms of his hip structure and rear legs. I'd like to change that about him, but still a really big kind of a barrel, still good enough and functional enough to, like I said before, in a normal industry environment, probably make the producer money if they've done their job at home. And all that type of thing. But still, young lady's done a nice job all day. This one coming next, a little bit big in terms of his center body compared to others, but that works to his disadvantage a little bit. I think this one's carrying a little bit of extra fat when you get on top of him. He's plenty round. You study him in his jowl. Lots of fat work in there, a little bit past his prime in terms of that. We come out with our next one here. We get into a little bit more design trouble. I'd like to stouten this one up in his rear bone and make him move better. Just doesn't offer any class advantages to move higher. Gets narrow as he goes away from you. Let's give the kids a hand and move on to our next drive.
The results for our 4th class of single source barrows, we had first with a blue being exhibited by Georgia Havlicek of the Graham Champions. Second with a blue to Greta Hindermeister of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies. Third with a blue to Elise Holbar of the Graham Champions. Fourth with a blue to Kelly Marshak of the Freelinks. Fifth with a blue to Wyatt Bristricki of the Monroe Hustlers. The next class we have in the ring, we're going to have our 5th and final class of single source barrows. Following this class, we will be selecting a champion single source barrow.
Nice pair of barrows here in our last class, and I think they both, like similar classes, they cover some of the basics like we need to. The one that I'm going to use is just kind of a personal favorite for me. I think he's built with more robustness to his skeleton. He's better designed out of his hip and rear leg. He may not be as tall or he may not weigh as much, but I like this barrow here to win the drive. Congratulations. Can't do that. All right. The barrow that's going second, big scale, kind of a hog, long bodied. For me, he's just not as good of a hog. Doesn't handle his rear leg as well. He's a little frailer in his bone work too. But still, like I said before, a big, really big kind of a hog, big scale, long body. The next one come out here will, I appreciate your patriotism, sir. I've said that before. I think we need to be proud of the place that we live, and that's the United States of America. Thank you, sir. All right, come on, let's get the pig out. Let's go. Okay, this one here, I think in comparison to the first two, a little different in his design, a little lower fronted hog. Doesn't want to handle himself quite as well, but still meat and potatoes, got plenty of dimension to his back and center cavity. The young man's been solid most of the day here. We'll let this one out. This one I'm going to call out for just his composition of his body. I think as you study this one, he's just plenty loose in terms of the fat that you can read all around that one. For as much muscle as I think might be underneath, he's got an awful lot of fat cover. That's why I'm calling him out. But he's still sound structured and all that. We'll bring this one out leaner in his overall makeup than the one that just goes above him. But he's having trouble with his knee today, really forward in that knee. It's causing him to have some trouble to function. When you start talking about having trouble to function, that's where we get concerned in the production side. So let's give these kids a hand, and we'll get our champion barrow picked and move on to the next show.
The results of our single source barrow, class 5, we had first with a blue to Elise Holabar of the Graham Champions, second with a blue to Brooke Miller of the Graham Champions, third with a blue to Weston Waldschmidt of the Lone Tree FFA, fourth with a red to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, and fifth with a red to Mason Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. The results from top to bottom in that class, we had 5-3, 1-2, 4. We are going to have our championship drive for our first class of barrows. First place went to Aspen Ehrenberger of the Graham Champions. Second to Elise Ehrenberger of the Graham Champions. From class 2, we had first place going to Joseph McAtee of the Graham Champions. Second to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. We had from class 3, first place being exhibited by Sylvia Havlicek of the Graham Champions. Second by McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. From class 4, first being exhibited by Georgia Havlicek of the Graham Champions. Second by Greta Hindermeister of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies. From class 5, first place being exhibited by Elise Holabar of the Graham Champions. Second by Brooke Miller of the Graham Champions.
Only push it attach when you're done with it.
It's like the
Shut it
probably
off.
one of crackers.
Don't push off. It needs to turn orange. Just one push.
A slight little tap.
As we revisit each of these class winners out here today, I have to say I've never judged a pig show with a face shield, but there's a first time for everything, I guess. And I guess I'm happy with what we've been able to do here in each of these classes with what we had to work with. For me, what it comes down to, I guess, is just meat and potatoes, production kind of hogs that are fault-free, and that's what we're going to use to win this particular division here today. The one that does it the best for me just does a lot of things right, sound and functional, has a lot of durability to their skeleton. Right here from the last class is going to be your champion barrel. Your reserve champion is a really muscular hog that has a lot of width of skeleton. He's maybe one of the bigger boned ones out here today, the rugged kind of appearing one. If we could, we'd probably free him up in the way that he can travel, but he's traveling well enough. This one will be your reserve barrel. Congratulations.
Our champion single source barrel was exhibited by Elise Holobar and our reserve by Georgia Havlicek. The trophy for the single source barrel champion was sponsored by Showstopper Equipment by Vidito. Currently in the ring, we have our purebred breeding gilt class with 3 exhibitors.
think this might be the first year for a purebred breeding guild class. Is that right? Yeah. Well, that's great, and I'm glad to see we had some people take advantage of that. Really, if you follow what's going on in the rest of the state and other surrounding states, you get a lot of participation in all the different breeds and all the different shows, especially on a normal year, I guess. But with that said, let's talk about our class winner. I think this red gill here, the Duroc, is just extremely opened up in her body makeup. She's very proportional as you get off to the side of her and you study her in the upper and the lower part of her body. Just really expanded, got a lot of rib shape working in her, comes at you wide, works the right kind of muscle and the right kind of thickness all the way down her back. You get behind her, full in her upper pins, and just hard to find a reason to beat that one here today. If I could, I love a lot of bone. I'd probably give her just a more gigantic rear leg to work off of and plant and drive, but she's going to be the class winner today. I might change her underline on the one side as well. But a good one to begin the class. I was really impressed with the Chester White Gilt as well. A gilt that just puts a lot of things together and some of the same things as the Duroc gilt that wins. I guess personal preference here. This one probably is a little bit bigger boned in relation to her body type today. I'd like to change her just in the crest of her neck and maybe smoothen that out. If we had other Chester Whites here, at least I'm calling her a Chester. It's a Chester White, not a Landrace. Yeah. It'd be interesting to compare her to what else might show up, but a really strong second place finish for that one. The Burke Gilt comes out, and again, without a bunch of other Berkshires here to compare, it's hard to say. I guess it comes down to some things for me that make the Berkshires a little bit different in their hip and the way that they work out of their rear legs, but a really good, kind of a sound, functional, big-legged gilt to fall in third in this particular drive.
The results of our purebred breeding gilt class, we had first with a purple going to Colby Rourke of the Deer Creek Ramblers, second with a blue going to Max Troyer of the Mid-Prairie FFA, third with a blue to Carter Schott of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies. The next class we'll have coming into the ring is our first class of crossbred breeding gilts. The champion purebred breeding gilt trophy was sponsored by Troyer Cattle Company.
Well, I hate to use phrases that other judges use, but we've turned up the heat here as we start the crossbred gilt drive today. I think a really high quality pair of gilts to begin the drive, and I'll talk some subtle differences between the two. But let's give these two kids a hand here before we get into
We
that.
need to have our
For me, there's one here that's there's a few subtle things that separate her. I'll talk about the shape to her head and just that overall look from the side that she gives me. Probably a little bit different and better in the shape to her jaw, the way that her head ties into her shoulder blade. And she's just very proportional, as we talked about in the first class, in her look from the side. Good shape to her center body, plenty of width to skeleton, and probably a little more bone than the one that goes second. It's the young lady here on the left that's going to win the drive, if I didn't allude to that enough already, and yet I guess I shook hands there on accident. The gilt here in second, as you study that one in her face, it's just kind of narrowed up compared to the first one. Still a really good, big-bodied kind of a gilt. Gets around the ring, comes at you with a great deal of chest width, good shape to her center body. I guess where I'd change her a little more would be I'd give her just a bigger rear leg to work off of, and I might set that rear leg down just a little more within her body instead of her having to circle that thing to go out here, but I don't want to beat that one up too hard. The gilt coming out in three, we change gears and work into a bigger scaled kind of a gilt here with a lot of bone working in her and forearm especially. A shapely backed one when you get on top of her for sure. Relative to the other two, I thought this one became considerably shallower body and tighter about the center portion of her body. But still, if you have a boar that you can use and complement that one in your breeding program, I think that one can still work for you as a female. Just today didn't quite have some of those other things that we talked about in the top two. The next two that come out become just a little plainer in their overall look compared to the gilts that go above them. I like a lot of things about this blue gilt, I guess, but I think she gets a little bit straighter in her hock in the way that she sets down comparatively, but a really kind of a good gilt to wind up in fourth in this drive. But she's still a deeper bodied and thicker and wider compared to this one that's going to round out the class. And this gilt, I'd just like to change her hip structure, stouten her up in her overall look to go any further today.
The results of our first class of crossbred breeding gilts we had first with a purple going to Bridget Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations, second with a purple going to Connor Shalla of the Mid-Prairie FFA, third with a blue to Brock Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations, fourth with a blue to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers, fifth with a blue to Katie Anderson of Clear Creek Amana FFA. Currently, the next class that we'll have coming into the ring will be our second class of crossbred breeding gilts. This will also be our final class of crossbred breeding gilts.
when that first trio of gilts came in the ring, I thought, man, this is going to be a tough one to sort. But the longer you get into them, dig into them a little deeper, what you find is that this gilt over here, the tan colored one, needs to rise to the top and win this particular drive. I read that gilt just if you look at her, huge in her bone work, starting at the ground with her foot size. But what I like about her really, really well is her mobility out here and the way that she can motor off both ends of her skeleton. There's some other gilts that have a great body shape. There's another one that has a nice look from the side. But this one has kind of a powerful combined with a pretty and mobile look to her, and I like that about her quite a bit. As I studied that next pair of gilts here, there's some differences in these two. The gilt that's going to go second is closer to me. That's headed here to my left. That one's just a little bit cleaner about her front end. Has a more attractive look from the side in terms of the shape of her neck and the way it ties into the rest of her body. This gilt is good in terms of her top line and has a nice shape to her center body. I guess as you compare to the class winner, this one just gets a little shorter strided, and you want her to just go a little harder and be able to flex, and especially when you get behind her as well. I guess I'd like to square her up ever so slightly in her hock and just let her go. That's a really nice gilt. I wish she could move to go ahead and push that class winner a little harder. This gilt here, I read her as extremely wide in kind of the center part of her body. I called her just a little short from her blade forward. But there's no doubt she's extremely thick as you get on top of her. She's got a big wide top, a big wide pin set. I guess I already talked about how I criticized that one a little bit in terms of her femininity and that crest of her neck tying into her shoulder. And I guess when that one came right at me, she wasn't as true to the ground in comparison to a couple that went in 1 and 2. The gilt that comes out here in fourth is just a little plainer compared to some of these other ones in this particular drive. The young lady had a little bit hard time getting her up here, but still in some other classes, maybe on a different day, this gilt is going to be able to compete with some. There's no doubt. But this particular class was extremely competitive. Let's give it a hand nonetheless and move on to selection of our champion.
The results of our second class of crossbred breeding gilts, we had first with a purple going to Kian Curtis of Ramblin' Rex and Rosie's, second with a blue to Shauna Lindeman of the McBride's Pride, third with a blue to Colby Rourke of the Deer Creek Ramblers, and fourth with a blue to Bryn Ronan of the Lone Tree FFA. We did have a scratch in that class by Kyler Rourke. So the results in that class from top to bottom are 1, 2, 4, 3. We are going to select an overall champion crossbred gilt. In the ring for that, first in class 1 is Bridget Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations. Second in class 1 is exhibited by Connor Shalla of the Mid Prairie FFA. From class 2, first place by Kian Curtis of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosie's, and second place to Shauna Lindeman of the McBride's Pride. Following this championship drive, we will be selecting an overall breeding gilt.
really nice pair of gilts here to select from for champion crossbred breeding gilt, and each of them bring a lot to the table, I guess, or at least so far for what we've seen today. They needed to win their respective classes, at least in this judge's opinion. I'll get a little bit into them here. I don't think either one of these has a perfect set and go to their rear leg, I guess, but it's different in what I'm being critical on. The one from the first class wants to be a little tentative in her pastern area, and that concerns me a little bit, especially on that right rear. She goes ahead and takes a step. She gets it done okay, but I will falter on that. The other one is pushing the limits for me, but extremely flexible. I might just set those hocks just ever so slightly more within her body. We can work with that one. That'll be your champion breeding gilt here on the crossbred side. Congratulations. Gets pretty close for a reserve out here. I think a couple of gilts that you can pick apart. Maybe you like them different than me. I'm not sure. Both of them are really good in my opinion, though, and represent what breeding gilts need to. I can critique each one of them. I guess there's one that for me just brings a little bit more today. She's not ideal in an area, but she still gets it done. I'm going to use the one that was second in class for the reserve overall crossbred.
Our champion commercial breeding gilt is exhibited today by Kian Curtis, and his trophy was sponsored by Riverside Grain and Feed Company Incorporated. The reserve today is exhibited by Shauna Lindeman. So we are now going to be selecting an overall grand champion breeding gilt. Those in the ring are going to be the champion purebred breeding gilt, which was exhibited by Colby Rourke, the reserve by Max Troyer, the champion commercial breeding gilt is being exhibited by Kian Curtis, and the reserve by Shauna Lindeman. The trophy for the Grand Champion Breeding Gilt is sponsored by Troyer Cattle Company.
To say that I'm happy with each of our division winners out here would be an understatement, I guess. We didn't have a whole lot of entries in the purebred side, and I guess I would encourage that for next year is, set a goal or, get a hold of a friend that may want to get a purebred and set them up with some, because it looks like lots of opportunity here. We still had some really, really good purebreds, though, from 3 different breeds. I think that's a really nice draw gilt, but I just get so excited about this crossbred. I'm going to use that one to win the breeding gilt side. Congratulations.
Our grand champion breeding gilt is exhibited by Kean Curtis.
And then I think it's pretty straightforward out here. We bring in that second place gilt, and I just want to make her more mobile out of her front shoulder design, and just give her an easier go out here. Like a lot of things about her pattern from the side and so forth, but this red one needs to be reserve overall. Good job and congratulations.
Our reserve champion is exhibited by Colby Rourke. We are now going to be starting into our market pair classes. The next class coming into the ring will be our market pair class 1.
As we transition into our market pairs, our judge today is Kyle Schulte. Kyle is originally from Norway, Iowa, attended Iowa State University for a degree in agricultural studies and a master's in animal science. I feel like I'm guessing that right. He currently lives in Oakford, Illinois, with his wife Rachel, who's a veterinarian at Carthage, and their daughter Reagan, who is 2.5. Kyle currently works for Ralco in technical services. That changed. Excuse me. Sorry.
Actually, working commercial hogs. We got 13,000 sows selling weaned pigs.
Okay, no, he works with commercial hogs. He has 13,000 sows, and they're selling weaned pigs. Can we get a round of applause for the judge?
All right, first class of market pairs out here. The ones over here to my right that are in the corner exhibitor 28 is going to be first in this class. I thought just comparatively, those two put the most together in terms of market hog characteristics. And then what's nice too is as a bonus, they're show pigs. I mean, they have some look to them, some extra stoutness of feature in their sound. So they need to win this particular drive. The other crossbreds will be second. I thought comparatively just not as much hog there, not quite as stout in their overall makeup, although we need to talk about some muscle shape here in this skill. I didn't think she handled herself quite as appropriately, and they're just not as stout in their overall bone work. The purebreds that are pinned up, I think probably a pretty nice York Barrow and a Berkshire Barrow there, but I thought that the Burke narrowed up in his overall makeup just a bit too much to allow him to compete with the other ones here in this first class of pairs, but really respectable blue ribbon kind of hogs here for this first class.
The results of our market pair, Class 1, we had first with a purple going to Easton Ronan, second with a blue to Bryn Ronan, third with a blue to Bridget Fisher. In the ring now, we are going to be having our Class 2 of our market pairs. There you go. And say, that you're the fair queen.
Hi everyone, I'm Lauren Roman. I'm the 2020 Johnson County Fair Queen. My parents are Tim and Jessica Roman, and I currently attend Liberty High School. I'm about to be a senior, and I'm really excited to be here today. So hope you guys are having a good time.
There's been a few adjustments on showmanship this year. So let me get to the part. I got to read here to see what part I want to read to you. Okay. So showmanship can be won only once per grade division per department. And for our department, our divisions are junior, which would be 4th through 6th grade, intermediate, which is 7th and 8th grade, seniors 9th through 12th grade. Once an exhibitor wins their age division, the next year they are moved up to the next age division. For example, the champion junior showman last year would be eligible to show in intermediate and would continue to show in that division until they win or they're too old for that division. Once an exhibitor has won the senior division, they will be moved on to the premier showmanship division. Once an exhibitor reaches the premier showmanship division, they are allowed to continue to show in this division the rest of their 4-H or FFA career. The champion senior showman will show in the premier division the same year they win the senior division. Winners of the premier showman category are eligible to compete in the supreme showmanship event.
Congratulations, exhibitor number 8. You win this particular drive. I think if you kind of add up the good here, these are the two that need to win this drive. Lots of good things to talk about. You'll hear me talk about like a broken record all day. I mean, they're just sound. They're opened up. They've got enough look to them. I think probably the thing that separates them from the second place pen here today the most is going to be just that secureness to the rear hock and the rear leg, the way they go. That's how I get critical over here in the corner. Particularly one of the barrows is pushed down too far on his front feet, and then he wants to roll out on his hock, but still they need to go second in this drive. We'll talk about the next ones to come out here in third in just a moment. definitely blue ribbon kind of pigs here that come in third. They're just a little bit of minor things that sorted them there. The predominantly white barrow plays out in terms of his top shape compared to the ones that went in second, and probably flattens to the base of his ham just a little more. I certainly appreciate what the belted gilt brings to the table in terms of her look and design and top shape. But they're just going to go third. They fell into some competition here today in this class. The next ones that come out, I got especially critical, I guess, of the Berkshire appearing member of the pair. I didn't think he was quality enough to continue to go on and do any better today. I'd like to fix him in his design, particularly hip and the way that he goes from his rear two. Let's study the crossbred. Just a good meat and potatoes kind of gilt. Still gets straighter and more abrupt in the way that she sets down there, and probably just needs to be more attractive compared to some of the ones that went above them today. But nonetheless, let's give her a hand and move on to our next item of business.
The results of our second class of market pairs, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Connor Shalla of Mid-Prairie FFA. Second with a purple to Shauna Lindeman of McBride's Pride. Third with a blue to Brock Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations. And fourth with a blue to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. We are now going to be having a championship drive for the overall champion market pair. From Class 1, we will have Easton Ronan of the Freelinks and Bryn Ronan of the Lone Tree FFA. From the second class, we'll have Connor Schaller of the Mid-Prairie FFA and Shauna Lindeman of McBride's Pride. The trophy for the champion pair is sponsored by the John Clausen Memorial.
Well, it's not always easy to put one good one together, and so when you try to do two, that's you're even into a bigger challenge, I guess. So with the pairs, I guess what you're trying to do is put two of them together that kind of resemble each other, or at least to some extent. And out here, I mean, it's been fun to sort through them. I think that it's easy for me, though. The ones that I like the best, the stoutest ones that have the most to them, are these ones from the heavier class. They're going to win today in a smoke. Congratulations. little more of a decision out here for reserve, I guess. I get critical of some things sometimes, such as the strength of one's pass turns or the way that they turn on their rear hocks. But I guess we need to remember you just got to add up the good sometimes and realize which ones have just more to them, which ones are more powerful. Even though there's maybe something you might change, I think that the ones that can reserve here to the heavy pen need to go ahead and follow all the way through. Congratulations. Next time, better be on time. Thanks.
Our reserve champion pair is being exhibited by Shauna Lindeman. Currently coming into the ring, we have our market individual crossbred gilt class, class 1.
belted gilt here going over to the pen that'll win this first class of market gilts. Really a powerhouse when she comes right at you. I love the bone and forearm that one has. Has a nice look to her, and gives you a nice profile all the way out of her hip there. You know, and if you want to change her, maybe do you expand her in her center body shape and just open that up, possibly. But that one's the power hog that I like to win the class. Let's not get too hard on the gilt here in second. This particular wide belted gilt, you like her from the profile, has a big full rib shape to her, has a big shape down her back. Get behind her. She's a little rounder in her muscle, but she has a good thick look there. I guess for me, that one became more refined in comparison to our class winner. And I can see that in her bone work and in her facial structure. I guess a nice gilt to land in second. We might change the way that one goes off her rear too as well. After that, we drop off a little bit. This gilt here is going to be third. I thought when you compare her up, just a gilt that gives up some in terms of overall mass. Doesn't want to get out here and go. I'm not sure if she's open enough coming right at you and in her undercarriage of her skeleton. I would have liked to seen that one a little more, but just doesn't get out here and wow me very much. Then we got a gilt over here, probably a little freer traveling gilt, but at the same time gets a little plainer in her look compared to some other ones ahead of her blade. Wants to be choppy in the way that she moves off her rear too. But nonetheless, blue ribbons there. Let's give them a hand and move on to our next class.
Just want to clarify.
The results of our first class of crossbred market gilts, we had first with a purple being exhibited by Haley Sweeting of Lone Tree FFA, second with a blue to Bran Ronan of Lone Tree FFA, third with a blue to Easton Ronan of the Free Links, fourth with a blue to Katie Anderson of the Clear Creek Amana FFA. Currently in the ring, we have our second class of crossbred market gilts.
little more frustrating one to get reads in this particular drive, but some interesting pieces to talk about for sure. The young man that comes in that was a little late was in the prior class, so I'm not going to fault him on that. When you get that one out here, she's actually a really nice skill, folks. And I was looking at those other ones and figuring that out for a long time, and I was waiting for what was coming. And then that one showed up, and then she didn't want to get out and drive. I encourage him to do whatever he can to get that one to go out and drive in the center part of the ring as we go forward. But I'm here to judge the pigs, and that's the one I like the best in this drive. The gilt here that's going to fall in second, certainly an interesting one, no doubt. A gilt that gives you a really neat show pig look from the side. A gilt that's flexible and mobile as she goes off both ends of her skeleton. However, to do that, she has to kind of get soft at her base, wants to set down a little softer on her front feet and her rears as well. And that one, when you study true muscle dimension down their back, between their blade and hip, for me, that one just doesn't have as much as the gilt I used to win the drive, but really an interesting, nice gilt to go in second. Okay, the gilt in third. I think I'll be the first to admit this one has more in terms of mass than the ones that went above her. But when you get after that, this one's bold about the shape to her shoulder blade, pushes it forward a little bit, and the same is sort of true when she goes off her rear too. I'd like to just change that about her. A gilt that when she first steps in the ring at most county fairs, it's going to probably be in the top two. But not today. There's just some really nice gilts that ended up beating her. A gilt that's extremely opened up and wide and massive. I just need her to move better today. The gilt that'll be four plays out a little bit in terms of just her overall quality. I'd like to change her in some design things, but certainly a blue ribbon gilt that the young lady deserves a round of applause for. Thank you, and we'll move on to our next class.
The results of our second class of commercial gilts on the market division. We had first with a purple being exhibited by Easton Ronan of the Freelance, second with a blue to Kian Curtis of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies, third with a blue to Carter Schott of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies, fourth with a blue to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. We're now going to be selecting a champion crossbred gilt in the market division. The Champion Market Gilt Trophy is sponsored by Johnson County Pork Council.
Thank you, young man. You were able to get that one presented out here a little better, the way more appropriately, like I like to see. I appreciate you stepping it up. You'll be champion. I like your gilt. I think she's more comfortable than the other one. She needs to win the market gilt side. Second place gilt drops in, and if you remember, I like that gilt a fair deal myself. As we compare these two, I'm going to try to stick to my same priorities all day, and I guess as I evaluate this particular decision, there's one of them that's just more proportional in her overall look from the side. It's not because she's shorter bodied, but I think it's just because she's deeper and fuller bodied. But maybe more importantly than that is the fact that she's more correct in the usage of her hip and her leg. So the second place gilt will be the reserve market gilt. Congratulations.
The champion in the market gilt division, we have going to Easton Ronan, and the reserve to Kian Curtis. Now entering the ring, we have our first class of purebred market hogs, Class 1.
Again, I love to see the participation in the purebred side. I raise crossbred, so I obviously love that one. But I've been trying to figure out how to raise purebreds, and my wife keeps pushing me that we need to do it. And we have some families that have a bunch of kids that we really need to diversify. So I guess I need to study my lesson and figure out how to get some purebred genetics laid in. With that said, it's interesting here in this one. Obviously, lots of different breeds. Again, the one that needs to win, however, is the Berkshire. So congratulations. That one just puts the most things together in this drive. And after that, I guess I'll break down the two. The Hampshire is very good in his look from the side in terms of his elevation and the way that he can lift his head up above his shoulder blade. It'd be interesting to see this one down the road. I guess he plays out a little bit from behind, and I'm concerned about his right rear hock. But with that said, he's still better designed and is going to be second over the Hereford. The Hereford hog is pounds heavy, obviously, but he's getting plenty straight in the angle to his rear leg, and he just kind of ends up plainer in this particular drive. Obviously, with a bunch of Herefords out here, we don't know how he would have done, but let's give the kids a hand. Ribbon-wise, we will be 1 purple and 2 blue.
So for Class 1 results of the purebred market hogs, we had first with a purple going to Bridget Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations, second with a blue to Brock Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations, and third with a blue to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. Following the second class, we are going to have a quick championship drive to select the purebred market hog champion.
Smaller classes like this, I think as long as you can follow along, we don't necessarily need to pen them. I'll explain what I'm doing out here. In this drive of purebreds, I think we've got a clear winner. This Duroc Barrow needs to go ahead and win the drive fairly handily for me. Again, from the side, from the ground up, from behind, there's just a lot of good things to talk about right there. After that, I moved to the Yorkshire Barrow. I think it's always interesting. You're mixing the breeds and so forth. This is a nice barrow. He's going to be second here in this class, but he obviously weighs considerably less than the red one, but really a good sound one. Got some shape to him. Just didn't have some of the extras and the extra look as our class winner. After that, we'll move into the pair of Berkshires. I thought within that pair, there was one that just gave me a more powerful view right behind and used his actually worked off of a bigger rear leg. That's the young man's barrow here. He'll be third as we get everybody together. You'll be third. The next one's going to be fourth. I like to change that one in the way that he sets down on his rear leg. And then our Hereford barrow there having some trouble today. I'm not sure what happened, but that one just needs to be designed a little better. But he sure is thick. Let's give him a hand and move on to select our champion purebred.
Our first place with a purple goes to Colby Rourke of the Deer Creek Ramblers. Second place with a blue goes to Bridget Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations. Third with a blue to Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. Fourth with a blue to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. Fifth with a blue to Mason Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. We're now going to have our championship drive for our purebred champion Market Hog in the ring from Class 1. We'll have Bridget Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations. It was second in that class to Brock Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations. From Class 2, we have Colby Rourke of the Deer Creek Ramblers and Bridget Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations. We'll let the cousins battle it out.
Well, I might have given it away. I'm not sure, but I like that red one quite a bit. That wins the second class, and that one needs to just be your champion purebred. Congratulations, young lady.
The trophy for the champion purebred Market Hog is sponsored by Troyer Cattle Company.
Well, we could sit here and describe the Berkshire breed and describe the Yorkshire breed and things of that nature and what each breed is known for and what each breed is good at and bad at. But let's not and just talk about these two that we're comparing here today. It's interesting. I think that in this particular case, we've got a Burke that's better ahead of his shoulder and he's better set out of his hip than is the Yorkshire. So we're going to use this one to be reserve purebred. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion is being exhibited today by Bridget Fisher. So our champion by Colby Rourke and our reserve by Bridget Fisher. We're next going to be moving into our crossbred barrow division for the market side for Class 1.
Nice class here with the top pair that differ in their advantages. That'll be fun to discuss, and maybe even ringside, I guess. But it depends. It comes down to what you like and what hits you the hardest, I guess, here. And then does one have enough in an area or not? But I found this barrel here to win the class for me, not easily necessarily, but I used him to win. I love the ones like that hit you from the side. I love it when they're comfortable like that and can lift their head up above their spine. And then other things, shape down his back is tremendous. You get behind him, he's got a big pin set. He maintains that to the ground, and then he sets his leg down just as interestingly, square and wide all the way to the ground. If I could, and I'll tell you, there's one out here with probably a more robust shape and outer turn to his center body, no doubt. But I like that one to win. This barrel here comes at you extremely opened up in his lower skeleton and leaves you with that same advantage. Love the shape to his center body. I guess it just got down to those little things, like I discussed, that I'd change about this one. Maybe just get him out and clean him up from his shoulder blade forward, allow him to lift his head up a little better, and just get him out and move him and get him to drive a little harder. But a really nice barrel to be in second. After that, we'll move into third. I thought following with the same kind of quality that we had in the top pair, there's another one that's built right and built like a show pig. Just ran out of overall dimension and mass compared to those top two. A sound structured, good looking one, and then a barrel here that offers some product, no doubt, down his back from behind, but plays out from a design perspective in relation to the rest of them in the class. Let's give the kids a hand and move on to our next class.
The results for our first class of crossbred barrows, the market division. We had first with a purple being exhibited by Max Troyer of the Mid Prairie FFA. Second with a blue to Kian Curtis of Ramblin' Rex and Rosie's. Third with a blue to Bryn Ronan of the Lone Tree FFA. And fourth with a blue to Easton Ronan of the Free Lanks. We are now having our second class of crossbred barrows in the market division coming into the ring.
a really nice competitive class of barrows here in this particular drive, no doubt. I like the top two a fair amount, and I guess I'll just describe them how I see them. I think it's close, but I do think there's some differences in the two. The barrow here to my right, for me, is fuller and more proportional from blade to hip, ties his hip better into that whole assembly, and uses his rear leg more appropriately. The other barrow probably is heavier boned, and with that, though, a little longer bodied. As far as muscle goes, they're both adequate, no doubt. The barrow that I'm going to use to win this particular drive for me is this one right here. I like that one. Good job. Okay. All right. Like I said, I appreciate a lot of things about this barrow. You know, for as stout as his head shape is and that look, though, when he comes directly at you, he's a little more, I guess he doesn't wow you there as much as you might think he would. But again, I like his mobility out here. I like his skeletal build and look from the side, just probably not as full and open through the center part of his body, and wants to kind of turn that hip as he goes. But I love that barrel in some other areas. The one that's coming out next, I thought a really kind of a meat and potatoes hog. The belted one coming out of pen 3, that one's opened up and wide, and as he comes at you and goes away. For me, it was just those little things that sorted him. Some little things like the way that he peers from his shoulder forward, and just probably the way that he uses his rear leg is not as ideal. But again, a wide-bodied kind of a barrel, good barrel to land there in third. The next one that comes out is maybe one of the more extreme ones in one direction than we've seen. That barrel is really lean over his back, really kind of a jerk-throated, clean-throated barrel. For me, he just gave up and got a little flatter-sided in relation to some, and just needs to be more open and soft there in comparison to a couple of the other ones. After that, we'll let this one out here. Really a thick kind of a barrel. But for me, he got a little plainer in his hip design and just wanted to be more round in terms of some of the other ones, but a good blue ribbon barrel to go ahead and round out the class. Let's give the kids a hand and move on to our next class.
Next class.
4.
The results of our second class of crossbred barrows in the market division, we have first with a purple being exhibited by Kylo O'Rourke of Deer Creek Ramblers, second with a purple to Max Troyer of the Mid-Prairie FFA, third with a blue to Delaney Bulachek of the Deer Creek Ramblers, fourth with a blue to Haley Sweeting of Lone Tree FFA, fifth with a blue to Carter Schott of the Ramblin' Rex and Rosies. The class coming in now, we have our third and final class of the crossbred barrows. Following this, we will be having our grand championship drive.
No.
Oh, okay.
Coming in for the overall market hog, we will have our champion and reserve champion single source gilt, champion and reserve champion single source barrow, champion and reserve champion market gilt, champion and reserve champion market barrow.
Yes. At this time, this will be a first call for the champion and reserve champion single source gilt, champion and reserve champion single source barrow, champion and reserve champion market gilt, champion and reserve champion market barrow. We are going to be having our grand championship drive. Market drive. We're going to class 3. We're going to have a crossbred barrel championship, and then we will have to select the overall market hog.
I think you didn't say purebred or black.
You crossed it off, so I don't know.
Dylan, you don't want the purebred up here?
No, because they already have gone through that. They're going to come up for champion barrel, though.
Well,
That's what she's reading.
She's calling for champion overall market hog.
Right, but we pick a champion barrel before we pick a champion market hog.
Yeah, but she called for everything else.
Oh,
Why
so
would she not-
he means the purebred actually needs to come up now.
I need the, okay,
Is that what
But
you mean?
those need to come up because they're going to be right
I
out.
did,
Yeah.
but I need to call the champion.
We need
and
the purebred for the
I
barrel.
need the champion, reserve champion, purebred barrow to the holding area at this time. Whatever comes, as long as everything comes, we can sort it out.
So you're saying
So,
for the champion
For
market
this, It'll
barrow?
be crossbred and purebred
Yes, got it.
together.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so Toby will need to bring it.
Okay. Yep. That makes more
But
sense.
for the overall target.
Following the current class that we have in the ring, we will be selecting a champion
That makes sense.
barrow. So we will need to have our crossbred and reserve for that we'll need to have our champion reserve champion purebred market hogs to bring those individuals to the holding area.
Somebody who's standing on the side will hear that and make sense of something I just rambled.
You had all the right words. I just don't know about the order. They'll put them together.
Sorry.
No. I think I'm just done.
I can help. I feel terrible
No,
though.
my head hurts today, and I think it is just. I think I'm tired.
You need to do this.
I woke up at 4:30 when it rained, and I didn't
You need to
sleep
come up
well
with
after that.
Ew.
Damon?
Yeah, I don't like. You woke up when it rained. I usually find myself just unable to wake up when it rains.
Well, I think it might have thundered.
Yes.
Another good set of barrows out here. I guess I'll describe the differences that I can see. I guess I worked to a top pair of barrows out here that, again, kind of differ in a couple things. And what I'm going to try to do is today, and I've tried to do it all day, is just describe what I see, add up the good, and use the hogs that I like. As we get into this pair, I think there's one of them. Well, they're both good as they're in their skeletal base. I mean, then they come at you. They're opened up in their body. But I think after that, you've got one that's probably a little more extended, wants to lift its head up, cleaner throated kind of a hog. But then you got another one that's not quite that way, but still okay. I mean, still okay from that perspective. I guess when you get on top of them, I got to appreciate the thickness coming out of that one's shoulder and all the way back to his hip. The other barrel has maybe some shape there. I don't think there's as much thickness. I don't think that one's as full and thick to the base of his ham as he goes right away from you. I'm going to use this one to win the drive and this one over here second. The barrel with more white on him there that goes second is still cleaner throated and more attractive in his look than the barrel in third that's going to come out next. I thought the particular barrel here, again, one that kind of winds up in third, meat and potatoes, I've used that term, a barrel that has a lot of the basics, but then if you're trying to compete at a higher level, a few things that you might change. Still, the young lady should be commended for a Blue Ribbon Project. The one that's going to round out the class, kind of a power hog, really opened up in his skeletal base and width all the way through his body. That's one I've talked about before for being a little softer on his front feet. As the same is true as he goes away. I'd like to put that one's hock more within his body and just free him up. But the young lady, again, for a county fair to fall fourth with a barrel like that, it tells you there's some quality to work with. So let's give him a hand and move on. Well, it's exciting for me to come here and sort your show again this year. I always enjoy doing this very, very much, and I guess I'm just thankful to be able to step away for a little while and cross the river and come back over to my home state and sort a hog show. You know, things are busy and it's crazy times, but I think the best thing we can do is do what we like to do, and I'm glad you're all here today and working hard to try to be competitive in the show pig world. What I would say is, you know, there's some real quality out here in each of these classes. It's minor differences at this point for me, and I think there's one out here that it's just a little more difficult to pick apart. I like this one an awful lot. It'll be from Class 2. They'll be your Grand Champion barrel on the crossbred side.
The results of our third class of crossbred barrows, we had first with a purple going to Shauna Lindeman of McBride's Pride, second with a blue going to Brock Fisher of the Sharon Center Sensations, third with a blue going to Connor Schaller of the Mid-Prairie FFA, and fourth with a blue to Shauna Lindeman of McBride's Pride.
Second place comes in here, and you know, I guess I'd like to talk about a couple of them here that for me, I really wanted to see these two out here together because I think they're built very similar in their skeletal design and so forth, and I wanted to see these two out here together. I think there's a lot of similarities in those two. Don't want to take anything away from this the heavyweight class winner. I think that one, just some little things that set that one back, really little things actually. Because that's a really nice hog. But when it comes down to it, there's another one here that's extremely stout, has some really neat pieces, and has some really good flexibility and look from the side combined with a lot of stoutness, and that'll be the one that was second to our champion. Congratulations, you'll be reserved.
So our champion market crossbred barrow was the champion was exhibited by Kyler Rourke and are reserved by Max Troyer. We're now going to be selecting a champion market barrow.
No, not the.
Okay, coming back in for the champion market barrow. Our champion crossbred market barrow being exhibited by Kyler Rourke, reserved by Max Troyer. Our champion purebred market hog, exhibited by Colby Rourke, and our reserved by Bridget Fisher. Our champion market barrow trophy is sponsored by Johnson County Pork Council.
Well, we got some differences out here in weight, obviously, but both of these hogs are exceptional in terms of all the things that we've discussed today. I've just had a lot of fun. We've got a little more work to do here, but I just fell in love with the crossbred barrow. I'm going to use that one to win this particular drive. After that, I get a little more critical of that reserve crossbred, and I guess I'm really particular about this kind of thing. I know the kids put a lot of time and effort and money into this, and as do I as a breeder. You've got to be critical. You've got to be critical of your own stock in order to succeed or advance in this business, no doubt. And I just, as I look at these two, this red hog is just impressive as all get out. I think that that's a really, really good red barrel, and he'll be reserved. Thank you.
Our champion market barrow is exhibited by Kyler Rourke and our reserve champion by Colby Rourke. We'll now be selecting our overall grand champion market hog.
Right now, right?
I think we need the showdown banner for.
Coming into the ring, we are going to be having our Grand Championship Market Hog Drive. For this, we will have our champion single source gilt, which was exhibited by Carter Tomash, and our reserve by William McAtee. We will have our champion single source barrel, which was exhibited by Elise Holobar, and the reserve by Georgia Havlicek. Our champion market gilt, which was exhibited by Easton Ronan, and the reserve by Kean Curtis. Our champion market barrel. Our champion was exhibited by Kyler Rourke, our reserve by Colby Rourke. Following the selection of our Grand Champion Market Hog, we will be recognizing the single source swine rate of gain. We will need the top 10 individuals. We only need them, not their pigs, to come to the show ring. So individuals that we need will be Kelly Marshak, Weston Waldschmidt, Georgia Havlicek, Elise Holobar, Brooke Miller, Mason Tomash, Carter Tomash, McKenna Tomash. Those will be the 10 individuals I will need in the ring for the single source rate of gain recognition.
Well, it comes down to the little things when you're out here for the Grand Drive. There's no doubt. I don't know why we've got the single source ones out here. I like the program. I just think it's a different business today. I'm involved in commercial hog production. That's what I do every day, and also I'm involved in show pigs, and I love both. But they just can't compete with each other. They're two different things. But with that said, there's a bear out here that is really, really good in terms of his presence. He's got enough in terms of the way that he comes at you and goes away. I mean, if you want to get really critical, if you're going to the showdown, you just might want to try to pop that one a little more with some products that you can get and try to give him just a little bit bigger shape. But that's a really, really nice barrel. I'm going to use that one to win. Congratulations, young lady.
Our grand champion market hog is exhibited by Kyler Rourke. Let's give her a good round of applause. A reminder that we do need to make sure that we clean up our area from all of our pigs today. And also, we will need to make sure that we remove all of the green gates before people leave today. So before you leave, we need to remove the green gates from around the show ring, and we need to clean out the swine barn.
Young lady in front of me gets a definite slap on the back or whatever for her showmanship ability. Outstanding. I'm going to keep the two crossbreds together and use the gilt for reserve. Congratulations.
Our reserve grand champion market hog is exhibited by Easton Ronan. We are now going to recognize the top 10 for rate of gain. So I need the following students, members, not with their pigs. I just need these following exhibitors to come to the show ring at this time. I need Kelly Marshak, Weston Waldschmidt, Georgia Havlicek, Lise Holabar, Brooke Miller, Mason Tomash, Brooke Miller, Carter Tomash, and McKenna Tomash. I need those exhibitors to come to the ring. I'm going to recognize the top 10 for the single source swine rate of gain. Following that, we will be starting with senior showmanship. So if you are not coming up for rate of gain for single source, be bringing your pigs up to the holding area for senior showmanship.
So done.
Here we go. We're going to move on now with the recognition. We'll get a few more people going here. All right. When I say your name, if you can step forward, we'll recognize you for your top 10 for the rate of gain. In 10th place, we have Kelly Marshak of the Freelinks. In 9th place, we have Weston Waldschmidt of the Lone Tree FFA. Have somebody right. In 8th place, we have a tie, and that is between Kelly Marshak and Georgia Havlicek. So Weston In 7th place, we have Elise Holabar of the Graham Champions. In 6th place, we have Brooke Miller of the Graham Champions. In 5th place, we have Mason Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. In 4th place, we have Brooke Miller of the Graham Champions. In 3rd place, we have Carter Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. In 2nd place, our reserve champion goes to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. And also to our champion goes to McKenna Tomash of the Monroe Hustlers. Her pig gained 3.06 per day. Let's give all these exhibitors one more round of applause. We do need to have seniors for showmanship to the holding area. We'll go seniors, intermediate, and then juniors, and then do our premiere. So we need senior showmanship to the holding area. One thing that is different, if you won a division last year, you need to move up to the next division. So, for example, if you won junior showmanship last year and you would still be in junior showmanship, you will come out for intermediate showmanship.
Okay.
We need all seniors for senior showmanship to be in the holding area at this time. We need all seniors for senior showmanship to be in the holding area at this time. The trophy for the champion rated gain was sponsored by Eldon C. Stutzman Incorporated. The reserve champion rated gain trophy was sponsored by the John Clausen Memorial. We're now going to be getting started with our senior showmanship. The trophy for senior showmanship is sponsored by Harry's Custom Trophies. If you're interested in being a trophy sponsor, we would love to hear from you. The reserve champion senior swine showmanship trophy is also sponsored by Harry's Custom Trophies. This is a first call for intermediate showmanship. First call for intermediate showmanship.
All right, showmanship. We don't have enough time left. Time has kind of gotten away from us today. I think I got to having a lot of fun out here and trying to do what I was hired to do to the best of my ability. But with that said, there's a young lady out here that definitely needs to win. I'm not sure how she got to that point. I think it probably took a lot of hard work, a lot of repeated effort, and probably some mentorship along the road. But she's going to win this division right here. Congratulations. I've got an opportunity for any of the remaining seniors that are still out here in contention for reserve to step up to the microphone and tell the crowd what has been a major market disruption, what has caused a major market disruption in the pork supply chain.
That the packing plants have closed, resulting in overflow in pigs at the production area, which causes a shortage in demand, shortage in product.
Thank you. Anybody else? It's optional. Young lady in the blue shirt will be reserved. Congratulations. Good job.
Our reserve champion senior swine showman today is Brooke Miller. The next class we'll have coming in the ring will be our intermediate showmanship drive.
right, just to summarize again some of the things that I'm looking for out here, and some of the things I've described this before. A lot of it goes back to what you've done at home through the course of the season, and then there's another part of it that's kind of described as competitive spirit or being able to rise to the occasion. It's one thing to do it at home in your backyard. And then it's another thing to come before a crowd and do the same thing and when you're competing against other people. So I think both of those are important and both of them essential to be able to compete in a showmanship class. I enjoy working with the kids. I wish we had more time today. We don't. So I'm going to select your champion. It's the young lady right here. Congratulations to you once again. After that, there's a big field of participants out here, and there's a few that probably deserve some honorable mention, but I don't want to leave anybody out today. I just want to make sure we get the reserve champion selected, and I think that there's maybe a couple of things I'd change about the young man's gilt, but after that, we're not judging the hogs in this class. We're judging the showmanship ability. I think the young man here has got a really bright future. Congratulations to him on being reserve champion.
Our champion intermediate showman today is Kyler Rourke, and our reserve champion goes to Carter Schott. The trophies for the intermediate showman are sponsored by the Ziskowski Family Farms. We are now starting our junior showmanship division.
Yes, I am.
Our trophies for the champion and reserve champion for the junior division for showmanship are sponsored by the Larry Nedelecki family.
All right, and the juniors here, I guess I just want to reinforce and keep encouraging all of the exhibitors to continue working hard and doing what you're doing and continuing to learn and succeed every year and do better year in and year out. That's the name of the game. I think that's really kind of what it boils down to with the whole youth livestock program is we want to develop the people into successful adults. After that, my job is to select the champion here in the junior showmanship division. I think when you consider the whole time they've been out here and the pig that's been the most cooperative, that the exhibitor knows how to handle in a very cool, calm, and collected manner, is right here in front of me. They'll be your champion. Congrats. After that, boy, it's close. This guy here in front of me is really stepping up his game now, but I've got to look at the whole day, I guess, or the whole picture. At times, this guy can really do it, and that gilt wants to cooperate. Other times, we see the gilt over along the fence. So I got to go with the overall. Will be right here. Congrats to you.
Doing good. It's been fun.
Congratulations to our champion junior swine showman, Brock Fisher, and our reserve champion, Ken Curtis. Our next showmanship group that will be coming in will be our premier swine showmanship class. This is a new class. This is for our winners who have aged out the system of moving up, and they are going to show against each other. This will be an interesting show. We'll see which one of the cousins wins over there. We'll hope they don't take their competitive spirit home with them this evening. Our premier showmanship trophies are sponsored by Johnson County 4-H.
They have won already at the senior level, and so they've aged out of the progression. Yep.
All right. Well, we're going to round out the day. Obviously, congratulations to both of these two, as they've, in order to get into this class, you've got to have one in the past on the senior side, I think it is. And so after that, I mean, both of them obviously very experienced in their showmanship skills. You know, they've got about the right kind of intensity out here, and they've got their hogs driving at about the right speed. They can control them for the most part. I do think this young lady here has a little better control over hers, and the pig is more comfortable. But good job, and congratulations to you both.
Our champion premier showman today is Colby Rourke, and our reserve by Bridget Fisher. Let's give our judge and our ring help a round of applause.